of you here with me today. If you guys are having your morning coffee, if you guys are having breakfast, thumbs up. For those who just got out of bed, the heart reaction, I want to see as much engagement as possible. I'm so happy to have you here with me today to kick off YouthSpeak Forum. My name is Carolyn Lai. You can call me Carrie, most people do. I am the project manager and the moderator for today, so you will be spending a lot of time with me today for today's YouthSpeak Forum. So for the opening today, we're just going to go through the agenda, but as well, I really want to formally welcome you to the event. Hold on, we might be having a little bit of technical difficulties. But it's okay. Cool, we fixed that. So I know the last 6 months you guys have been watching a lot of stuff online, but unfortunately I cannot keep up to pace. But now that we've got that solved, let's move on. So today, when we start our forum, I'm going to explain to you a little bit about the concept of YouthSpeak Forum and why we are gathered here today. So YouthSpeak Forum is powered by ISEC. And I don't know how many of you guys have heard of us before if you stumbled upon the event just randomly as YouthSpeak Forum, or you've actually stumbled upon the event because you know ISEC. But we are the largest youth-led organization in the world, and we have a station right here in Austria, and we do as well in 124 countries and territories. And a lot of us do YouthSpeak Forums. And you probably ask yourself, why does a youth leadership development organization do YouthSpeak Forum? And we actually do it because it is part of our umbrella. And the umbrella that I'm talking about is the Youth for Global Goals umbrella. So ISEC as an organization, we actually provide practical experiences for young people like you and like me to go abroad and actually develop our leadership in different ways, in internships, volunteering, but as well as the world's largest youth-led organization, we decided to latch on the biggest development topic that is going on right now and has been going on since 2015, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, which is why probably most of you are here today. So Youth for Global Goals is actually an initiative by ISEC and the United Nations that we promised that together we would help mobilize youth in order to take action for the Sustainable Development Goals. And ISEC is the biggest youth advocate for that, and under that we do YouthSpeak Forum. So YouthSpeak Forum is basically a forum where we invite young people to come and to actually connect with partners, to connect with the corporate sector, to connect with the public sector, to actually talk about how we as a society can start contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals and to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. So we have 10 years left, but generally how the forum will work and how the concept that it operates under is that we have Inspire, Engage, Act. And these are the 3 modules that we like to use in our forum that you will see today in different ways. So first of all, we believe in inspiring, so we want to inspire young people, and we do that through keynotes. So you will, throughout the day, have some of our partners from different sectors, the public, the private, come and talk about what they're doing about the Sustainable Development Goals in society today, in Vienna today, but as well how we as young people, we have a couple of keynotes as well of how we as young people are actually already taking action and how we can all participate in doing that. And then we move on into the engagement part. So YouthSpeak Forum is not just only for you to listen, but it's also for us to be able to engage thoughts with all stakeholders. So with us, young people, with people who are professionals, with people who are working in different sectors. So this is really, the panel discussion and the networking space is really for you to be able to use to find out and as well exchange ideas on how we can actually achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And last but not least is ACT. So if you all have been coming to YouthSpeak Forum for a while, or if you've been following us on social media, or even if you signed up on our website, you would know that our catchphrase is, or our slogan really is, I choose action, because we at ISEC in general believe that a dream is nothing without action, and hope is not a strategy. So we believe a lot in action, and so that's why you guys will be going to the workshops. In general, how this plays out in our agenda is as so. This year we're having YouthSpeak Forum a little bit different. So for those who have been coming to YouthSpeak Forum for the past 5 years, you would notice that this year we're having a modular agenda, which is great. So in previous years, what we used to have is that we used to have a whole day where you would only have one option to visit different things. But this year, we thought of making it more flexible for people in order for you to be able to come in a shorter period of time, since it's exam period as well, but for you to really be able to experience the whole YouthSpeak Forum experience. So it's modular. That means that a lot of things will be happening at the same time. There will be things going on Zoom, AirMeet. I will get into the logistical things more specifically later, but right now we're just going to go and look through the agenda. So we're going to start off the day, or you will start off the day with me as we are right now, just going through and prepping you for the rest of the day. And then we're going to go into our first keynote by the president of ISEC in Austria, actually, and she's going to talk to you about how ISECers in Austria, so people who are in the organization in Austria, are actually taking action right now, or how ISEC is taking action globally to develop youth leadership, and how we as an organization are contributing towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And then we will go into a leadership in times of crisis keynote by the communication specialist Nana Varza. So she will actually be talking to us about a specific framework of different types of leadership, and especially during times of the coronavirus, how can leadership actually benefit you, or how do you practice the most effective way of leadership, especially during these times in communication, and so on and so forth. And then we move on into our education panel, which I am especially excited for, which is a panel about education today, actually, which is very, very relevant. Me as a student, and I'm sure a lot of you who are still studying are very interested in, because especially now that, you know, technology and in general development is developing at a very, very vast speed, I can for sure say that the education that I got 13 years ago when I was still in elementary school is very different from elementary school today. So we will actually be touching on that topic with professionals. So someone from Teach for Austria is going to be here, someone who lectures in the entrepreneurship sector at the Technische Universität Wien, and as well the Wirtschaftsuniversität Wien will be in the panel, as well as a student, so someone to represent actually the youth voice today, as well as ISEC on a regional level. So what do we as a leadership development organization actually think is happening in the whole of Europe? So that's actually what we're going to be talking about. And there you will see me again. And then we go into the networking fair. So you guys have a very, very generous amount of time, 1.5 hours, for you to be able to go through about 9 different organizations and companies to talk about what they're actually doing in their societies, what they are tackling on in Austria, what they're tackling on in Vienna in terms of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And then the second half of the day will be a keynote from Wien Energie, about the urbanization of Vienna. And then we're going to go into the second panel, which is also really interesting. It's about SDGs in our current society today. So we'll actually be taking people who are working with smart cities in Vienna. We're going to be taking people from leadership organizations, and we're actually going to be talking about, okay, how are we working on the SDGs in Vienna today. So that's all going to happen on the main stage, but as well you have very, very interesting workshops that you could attend. So we're going to be offering 4 workshops. One workshop is going to be from ISEC, and it's going to be about project management. So we're going to be talking about, okay, how do you build a project, but not only that, how are you making sure that it is being implemented. And then we're going to go into, and then at the same time, running at the same time, you have a workshop from the Junge Europäische Föderalisten, and they will be talking about diversity empowerment. And then the second half of the day, you have a workshop from WWF, which is about sustainable eating habits, and as well from Teach from Austria. And yes, so I'm really, really excited. Please keep in mind that the workshops, you cannot jump in and out of them. If you are entering the workshop at, let's say, 9:30, which is happening in a bit, then please don't be late, and please don't come at 10, because then you would miss the first half of the workshop, which completely disrupts the flow that your facilitator has prepared for you today. In general, I'm very, very excited. If you guys have any questions or anything at all, please do not hesitate to write it in the chat box. As well, in terms of how you will be getting into these rooms. So we talked a lot about how we have different rooms for this agenda, and it seems maybe very complex, but we have everything technically figured out for you. So if you are interested in listening to the main stage, which means the keynotes and the panels and being inspired really, then we will meet you in the Zoom link, in the link that you are right now. if you're in the networking space for later, in order for you to be able to hop to different info stands as we would be able to physically, we will be using AirMeet. And for those who have signed up for your workshop, your link has been sent to you in your emails. So if you've already signed up for a workshop, please check into your emails. You would have gotten the link there. If you guys haven't signed up for a workshop yet, but like to join the second half of the day, I'm going to repeat the second half of the day, you still have time to do that. Yeah, but before I let you be, I'm just going to go very quickly into the expectations that we have in order for this event to go smoothly, in order for you to have the best experience possible. Please mute yourselves and have no camera turned on, just so that you don't distract the other participants, because we have to treat each other the way that we would like to have the best experience. And as well, for the panel discussion, we'll be using an app called Slido. So remember, we talked about the engagement part. So in order for you to engage with our partners, you're going to have to ask them questions. And in order for everyone to know your questions and the chat box not to be filled, but like have it in a very systematic, very optically appealing way, we will be using Slido. You will get the link for that later. If you have any questions at all in terms of logistics, if the mic is fuzzy, if you cannot hear anything, a lot of you who are students know how this works because you've been watching lectures online for the past 7 months, but it's the exact same thing. We have someone, so if you see the pretty picture over there, it's my colleague Olga. She will be kind of like the student assistant, I guess, of today, of the main room. So if you have any difficulties at all, if you have any questions, please write them in the chat box. We will be observing it the entire time. As well, if you have any friends who would like to watch YouthSpeak Forum today but do not have access to the Zoom link, we are streaming everything on Facebook and on YouTube. So they just have to type in Isaac in Austria and they're going to be there. And the great thing as well is that it will be saved as well. So if you ever want to go back and cite any quote-unquote quotes that our partners have to say, you can always refer back to that. Yes, so before I leave you, I promise for the real time this time, I wanted to remind you that we are using the hashtag today I choose action and YouthSpeak Forum Austria 2020. So get on Instagram, get on Twitter, get on, whatever, TikTok, and tag us if you are watching today. We would really like to see who's actually watching, because as well, we've been working as a team really hard to make sure that this event is happening, and we would love to see the faces behind the screen in order for us to know who's watching. As well, we are offering you the opportunity to get certified. So this is really awesome. For those who actually fill out the feedback form, or a very short form, it will take you less than 2 minutes, you will receive a personalized certificate for us in your email address. This form is for the entire day. So I would put it off until you log off if you're coming for 3 hours, if you're coming for the entire day, if you're only coming for the the last 3 hours of the forum, just for you to fill out the parts for when you were here, and you will get an official certificate of participation. With that being said, these are all the logistical things. If you guys are excited, thumbs up. We'd like to see those reactions in the chat box. And we are starting with our first session. So I would officially like to welcome the president of Isaac in Austria, Mariana Bargana Costa. See you.
Hello. Okay, good. So, hello everyone. Thank you so much for attending to our YouthSpeak Forum. Today's keynote is about the world largest youth leadership movement. My name is Mariana Barragan. I am the president of ISEC in Austria, and I've been in ISEC for around 6 years. And throughout these years, I've seen how important is the youth in today's society. Currently, we are 1.8 billion of young people around the world. And this is a very important fact that I want to tell you now because this is the largest youth population ever recorded in history. And because of this, it is understandably that with so many young people, there is as well more challenges to overcome. We can take a look of some examples such as unemployment. Youth unemployment in today's society is very, very hard, especially in these pandemic times that like we're reaching an incredible percentage of youth being unemployed in these current times. Then we can see the lack of a good education system in countries that is not allowing the young people to reach into a better opportunities into their career paths. And of course, we can find the global pandemic. Currently, okay, let me see what is going on. Okay, we're running a little bit into a problem. Can you see my screen now? No. Okay, good. So I was telling you, we are facing right now a lot of challenges regarding like our young generation, and this is as well because we are reaching into our highest point into our youth generation. And because of that, because we have a lot of problems that we need to overcome, we have a lot of issues that we need to tackle, we as young people, as the younger generation, we need to take action. I can say that I'm very proud that our current generation doesn't get quiet in today's injustice, right? However, we still have a long way to go. And as I was telling you, I belong to the world's largest youth run organization. I'm very proud to say that because over the years, I've seen how ISEC has evolved. And since its founding 72 years ago, I've seen how ISEC has been working for and with the people to make sure that like we achieve our mission, that is to achieve peace and fulfillment of humankind's potential. This mission has been in ISEC since it was founded. And these 6 people that you can see in here, those 6 people were the ones that like dreamed themselves into creating a crazy vision, and now it's become a huge thing. ISEC is now in more than 100 countries. It's doing more like thousands and thousands of exchanges, and it's taking action into the things that like it matters for the youth. So it was not a surprise that when the United Nations launched the Sustainable Development Goals, ISEC was wanted to take part of it immediately. And since 2015, ISEC committed into make sure to contribute to these goals to be achieved by 2030. So this is still a mission for ISEC during the next 10 years to make sure that like this is achieved. And one of the initiatives, one of the ways that we make sure that like this goals are achieved by young people was the creation of the Youth for Global Goals. Youth for Global Goals is this youth-powered initiative that aims to empower young people into take action to the global goals. So by doing this, we have three main action steps. The first one is awareness, making sure that we as young people understand what are the global goals, how we can contribute to them, and how we can take action as well. The second one is understanding. So in here is as well knowing what is our role into our society and how we need to make sure that other younger generations and the older generations as well take action into the achievement of these sustainable development goals. And the third one, but not least, is action. This one is crucial because by taking action and making sure that we are not staying still into our surroundings, that means that we are making sure that our sustainable development goals are achieved by the time that we needed to achieve. So talking a bit around what are the initiatives that we're doing as well regarding the sustainable development goals, we have different activities that we do. One of them actually was YouthSpeak Survey. So during since 2015, we've been creating surveys to understand the global trends of youth into the society. So this year, it was not as the exception as well. And we launched last year in 2019 the YouthSpeak survey for 2020. This survey gathered around 57,000 responses around the world to understand what are the global trends that youth and what are the interests that the youth have. The survey focused on three main topics. The first one was the worldview, how young people view on the current state and as well the future of the world and the 2030 agenda. The second thing is leadership. What motivates young people and the perception of leadership. And last but not least is the career aspirations. What are the perspectives of young people on their participation of the future of work? So this YouthSpeak survey is crucial for us to understand what our young people sees and thinks and how as different stakeholders, the private, the public sectors, and even the organizations can shape around what the young people needs as well. If we take a little bit of a sneak peek into this survey, we can see one of the main questions, which is, do you think that your society will be a better or worse state in 10 years from now, by 2030? And 59% of the responses answered that it will get better. However, in the past versions of the YouthSpeak survey, this was a higher amount of a higher percentage. So that means that what is happening currently into the world has decreased the vision of young people on how the future will look like to them. So this is very important. We can think of the global pandemic or even the political situations or how their leaders are acting towards the different issues that the world has. So those factors we can take a look and how these are decreasing. However, on the other hand, there was another question, that is, who do you believe has the strongest ability to influence society? And if you take a look, 31% say government. However, the second most answered response was youth-led organizations. 20.5% percentage of young people believe that lead organizations were the ones to influence the society. So that takes us back to youth. That takes us back again into the importance that we have as a younger generation to not close our eyes into the injustice, or not close our eyes into the issues that like we're seeing in the world. And because of that as well, ISEC is important in here. As I told you several times already, ISEC is the world's largest youth-led organization. And that means that like we provide and we try to provide different leadership experiences for young people for them to shape their view into a more intercultural perspective. So if you want to know more about ISEC, don't hesitate to ask us throughout the day. Also, another thing is YouthSpeak Forum. Today, we're going to talk about very important topics of Austrian society, especially, and as well the worldview. We're going to have networking, we're going to have keynotes and panels, and we're going to have workshops. So I really encourage you to take action, to participate, to engage with other people, and try your best to enjoy this experience of one day full of amazing conversations, full of amazing topics, and for you to develop yourself into the best way. And with that, I want to thank you all for being here. I once again want to encourage you to participate, and thank you so much. And yeah, I will pass it to the next Pasi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariana, for telling us a bit more about what ISEC and in general the largest youth leadership movement is doing today in our society, especially through these tough times where we've had to adapt a lot. But before I introduce to you the next keynote speaker, who is Dr. Nana.
Sure, important topic. So this talk is actually about SDG number 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, especially about promoting a peaceful and inclusive society for sustainable development. And I'm deeply convinced that a peaceful society needs people who are able to live together in peace, and especially in times of crisis, such as now the corona crisis. But of course, we have a lot of other crises around us as well to attend. My message in a nutshell: a peaceful society needs you out there and every one of us. In the next 15 minutes, we'll take a journey and visit 3 landmarks of a peaceful society. We are starting at the basics for a peaceful society, diving into the dark influences that threaten peace these days, and we will end up with concrete steps of how you and we and every one of us can actively promote a peaceful society. So who am I to make such promises? This is just a very shortcut. I'm coming from communication science. I published several books about personal development, relationships, the evolution and education of humanity, and about leadership. And the latest book, you can see it here marked with an arrow. It's soon to be released, and it's called The Bright Side of Power. And some of the input that we'll hear today is from that newest book. I'm also promoting actively a united Europe and try to foster democracy, political education in Europe, and therefore I co-founded and I'm currently president of Europe United, an NGO promoting a human Europe. And here on the slide you see our logo, the Europe Heart. So why do I love Europe? Europe is a great example for a peaceful society, and we can all make it better and even more based on human principles every day. So, all right, enough about me. It's about you and how you can change the world you're living in. The basics for a modern peaceful society. When we live together, united in diversity, like the motto of the EU states, we start at the core, at the freedom of the people. A free person is the beating heart of a free society. Living freely means to be able to choose how to live, who to vote, who to love, how to earn a living, what to say and who to meet, and so on. Where people are not free or do not know how to live in freedom and how to choose freely, a society will not be peaceful. It will be ruled by violence of some kind. And peaceful societies, they are really at the opposite polarity of suppression. Autocracies and dictators and military regimes, they are on the other side of personal freedom. But living in freedom can only work when there is a systemic and structural base for how to live together in peace and freedom. It's not only about individuals being free, but it's also about setting a set of systemic rules how to do that, a set of just common rules. They have to be implemented within a society to secure freedom for every citizen. And you can see here the following 3 points: democracy, fundamental and human rights, and rule of law. Those are the basics for a peaceful society. Democracy means the power is held by politicians, yes, but they represent the people, and people have the authority to choose who is governing. That means that they have a choice between different people and different equal parties. Democracy also needs a climate of discussion, discussing different perspectives, and therefore the free media is very basic and very important to give orientation in midst of plurality and to allow such a public discussion. Secondly, the fundamental and human rights. It means that all people have certain basic rights, such as the right to liberty, to self-determination, to due process of law, to privacy, to freedom of thought, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, to peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. And especially the last 2 points, they are seemingly threatened now in corona times by corona measures. We'll talk about that soon a little bit. Thirdly, rule of law and secularity means that the law is prior to any other measures or argumentation basis, such as religion or violence, corruption, or any other institutions. Everyone is accountable under the law. The laws themselves, they must be just. The processes have to be accessible, fair, and efficient, and justice is delivered by competent, ethical, and independent representatives. And you can hear it now in my word and in my face, perhaps. This is the theory, and the theory of the basics of a peaceful society. What about the practice? No system can be ideal. Every peaceful society is therefore following an approach to reach those ideals. And there comes the civil society in. We have to ask for even more, for even the... Also here come in the dark leaders. They come into play because they undermine these basics. They take away the individual freedom. They limit fundamental rights. They exclude people and groups. They make the system of justice do whatever they want and not what the law says. And we will hear about the dark leadership strategies in a few moments. So before we come to that, here are some signs of a peaceful society really working well. You recognize a peaceful society, for example, by trustworthy institutions. Meaning, for example, that the parliaments can work independently without the ruling group or a person forcing them to do what they want. Secondly, the separation of power is efficiently happening. Effective separation of police, politics, and justice is necessary to ensure a free and peaceful society. And here also we have the very important independent media controlling of those 3 power systems. And this is why the media is also called the fourth power. The third point is the transparency of decisions. All political decisions like laws or tax regulations, whatever, have to be comprehensible and legitimized. And then here comes in, of course, the integrity of decision makers themselves. The politicians themselves have to be trustworthy. They have to address the good of all citizens and have to show responsibility for their own deeds and decisions. Not everyone is doing that. We know that. Bright leadership culture is the next point. It makes a big difference whether a country is ruled by a dark or a bright leader or leadership groups, yes, because they create either an atmosphere of fear, separation, and suppression, or a climate of trust, cooperation, and equality. And the last point is the active civil society. No society can work without free people being interested in their world and really wanting to make a difference and to create an even better circumstances. So here comes a short view on why and how threats look like these days, to threats to democracy, and what is happening with our society these days. The following questions, they can only be raised in this impulse speech, but we all have to find answers to them within us, but also for us together. And those questions, they provoke people to either react regressive or progressive. And now I'm talking about the separation of the society that is happening. So under these threats, people either tend to get angry, fearful, or ignorant. This means they are regressing. They try to close down or to fight. On the other hand, other people, they are actively searching solutions and cooperations. And this is what I call progressive. So let's start to ask those questions. First, big area, and we know that about Corona demonstrations, for example, that this is really a topic within people, Corona and democracy. Does the fight against COVID-19 collide with human rights? Thinking about the duty to wear a mask or to stay away from each other, the phases of lockdown and the closure of businesses and schools, the dissolving of Corona demonstrations. Some people might argue that they are really, those measures go against democracy and human rights, while others say that in times of a pandemic, the priorities of fundamental rights are set differently, bringing the right to health and the healthcare up to the top, and setting individual freedoms like the right of peaceful assembly or free association a bit lower. Second point, the freedom of speech. Since several years, we can see that the social media gains influence in societies, that people rely on information of their own bubble when they choose what to believe. Classical media and politicians have lost their influence and credibility at the same time. Whatever message seems to prove the emotional preconditions and mental prejudices, the expectations, fears, and hopes of a person, they get the most attention. That's a big problem because people are searching for self-assurance in these uncertain, chaotic, and complex time. But other people and other institutions and other organizations are really misusing this need for security. And how to deal with the deliberate manipulation of those people in need by fake news, conspiracy theories, or disinformation, propaganda without limiting the human right of free speech. It's a big question. The next point is dark leadership itself. It grows really easy in times of crisis, unfortunately. We will hear more about that in a minute. It's here the fight between emotional manipulation when dark leaders really try to use the fear and the anger against the rational argumentation of bright leaders. In the end, it all comes down to this separation of society that I already have mentioned. Is a person, are groups going towards regress, aggressivity, or ignorance, or fear, or towards progress, searching actively the discourse and searching solutions? And in the end, it leads us to the question, what can we do about it? How can we really use our free choice to infuse peace in this separated society? So here comes the basic question that we all have to answer for ourselves. The primary choice these days that we have to draw is the one between fear and trust. But the general climate is going against the trustful atmosphere. In a recent study, only 24% of Austrian citizens expressed confidence and optimism in the future. 37% are skeptical and 35% are really worried. In general, 54% believe that economy will be going further down. And who could say that it will not happen? Nobody can look into the future. Still, it's essential how we react to such a crisis, to such a climate of insecurity. And here comes why it matters what we choose, if we choose fear or trust. Because the climate of uncertainty, it makes people fearful. But fear creates stress. And if the stress levels are too high for too long, then the fight and flight reactions manifest themselves in dark developments within the society. One of them are like auto-aggressive developments, like mental illnesses or conditions such as depressions on one hand, but a lot more can be seen in the outside going towards aggression, hate, or ignorance, or completely, shutting down. And all these conditions do not make people fit for answers or for searching solutions. In the contrary, they make them open for so-called strong leaders, for authoritarians who claim to have quick and simple answers to complex problems. Yeah, so this leaves us with the question, whoever cannot reduce stress for him or herself is helplessly exposed to emotional manipulation by those dark leaders, and society is torn apart between people in regress, those in fear, hate, or ignorance, and those in search for progressive solutions. do about it, we go into the analysis of how to differentiate dark and bright leadership for ourselves, to know more about ourselves and for others. It's important to know that those dark leadership traits, personality traits that every one of us has inside him or herself, but it's a matter how much we act on them. And it's not only a matter of genetics and social habits and so on, but it's also a matter of personality development and self-reflection, whether we turn towards the dark or the bright side. So here comes a very quick and dirty list because of the time. Dark leaders display narcissism. This means they show grandiosity, extreme pride, pure egotism, fantasies of unlimited success. They expose Machiavellianism by manipulating and exploiting others while showing an absence of morality. And third comes some traits of psychopathy, characterized by antisocial behavior, impulsiveness, selfishness, and remorselessness. And I'm sure you have some politicians in mind when you hear that list. But perhaps even more interesting and less talked about is the other side of the coin, the antidote to the darkness. Who can provide a feeling of security in an insecure world without selling out the complexity of reality to illusions of simplicity? That's the big question. And of course, it's the bright side of power, the bright triad. People who display these brighter signs give a taste of a more developed personality, the impression of a more stable person, and they show very specific signs. They show self-responsibility and responsibility instead of acting solely and narrow-mindedly for an open mind and acting for the benefit of all. Secondly, they are empathic. Empathy, instead of manipulating others to fulfill their own needs and his needs only, it's about replying to the needs of oneself, but also of others in an empathetic way. It's about win-win for everyone. And the third trait is conscientiousness instead of the cruelty of a psychopath, meaning a sense of duty, meaning reliability and responsibility, as well as solution orientation. So here comes some example for those two personality traits. And on the top row, you see the louder ones, Bolsonaro, Johnson, and Trump, all having denied the danger of the coronavirus. At first, a behavior that caused enormous numbers of infected and dead in their countries. They always blame others for troubles. They celebrate themselves as the best possible rulers ever, with not being in search for really realistic solutions, and they deny responsibility. On the other hand, in the lower row, you can see New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and her answer to terrorism and to the virus. She's being highly empathic and effective at the same time. You can see Angela Merkel displaying calmness and assurance for many, many years, becoming one of the strongest leaders of the world in her completely unagitated and staying matter-of-factly and rational way. And you can see Barack Obama always with a sense of duty and empathy towards people in need, strong and sensitive at the same time, feeling and acting highly responsible, not only for his own country, the USA, where he was president, but for the well-being of the whole world and humanity. So what to do about it? What to learn from all that? Choose the world that you want to live in, choose action, be a leader of tomorrow, be a bright leader. And you can see some signs of bright leadership here. Leaders of tomorrow, in a nutshell, they display self-awareness, they are empathic and responsible, they build trust instead of fear, they display inner stability instead of agitation, they de-stress themselves and others with calm and fact-based communication. They resist emotional manipulation and intense temptations of dark leadership, and they don't spread fake news or conspiracy theories. And we broke that down. I broke that down into into three fields of where you can be a bright leader yourself. If you want to be a bright leader yourself, step one, lead yourself. This is about self-management. It always starts with your own well-being. Be self-aware. What are your needs? How are your feelings or emotions or your fears? And take good care of yourself. Take the responsibility for your own emotions and actions. So don't do emotional littering, because, emotions, they spread out enormously easily. Take care of yourself. Ask yourself, what is my problem? And then, of course, you can talk about it. Talk with others. Search help. No problem. But don't project your own unsolved problems onto others by simply being, fearful without an end, or angry or aggressive or blaming others. Secondly, Want to be a bright leader yourself? Then lead others. So this is about how you behave towards others. First thing, and very important, is building a bridge to other people. Why? By simply showing interest. See and feel how others are doing. Ask them about what exactly concerns them. What is the problem? Try to find a concrete point in where their own life is being threatened. What are they really concerned of? Is it their job, their health, the income, the family? What is it? Point out that hate, aggression, or ignorance do not solve their problem. No conspiracy solves the real problem. Try to find out a point of common trust. So this can be anything. It can be, simply being there for each other, listening to each other, talking to each other, laughing with each other, joining for a common meal, finding outside help and help to find that help, or expressing credible reasons for hope. It's important to know that in times of crisis, there is no one quick win solution. In the contrary, it's time for reliable relationships, because this is where the trust lies in. With us human beings, it's all about relationships. Third step, want to be a bright leader yourself? Then lead the tone in public discussion. So we started with yourself, we went into the relationship with others, and now we go into the, civil society, into the public discussion. Very important, take responsibility for your communication. Does whatever you do on social media, for example, or whatever you publish in your blog, in your YouTube videos, does it lead towards a further separation of society, towards more regress, more fear, more hate, more anger, or towards growing back together, towards finding progressive solutions, towards cooperation? Big question. Don't share emotional, intense news unless you really checked for fact. Who made it? Where did it come from? Why are you sharing it at all? When was it published? Is it a picture that is accurate? And double check it with fact-checking websites. I'm sure you know all of them, like corrective.org, BBC Reality Check, or mimikama.at. And then take action. Get involved and show that you care publicly with your communication. Be a proactive citizen trying to contribute to build a peaceful society. Be the bright leader, create a peaceful and just society in which you love to live. And I'm coming now to the end. It's you who decides whether we are living in a regressive or progressive society. The choice is always one vote away. And with vote, I don't mean only political votes, but every single deed that we do each day. Do we vote for peace, for trust and cooperation, or do we consciously or unwillingly promote distrust, agitation, and stress? People fight for freedom everywhere, be it in Hong Kong or in Belarus, fighting against restrictive regimes, or be it minorities all over the world, fighting for freedom, peace, and acceptance. Be it women fighting for their right over their own body in an ever more regressing Poland, or be it independent media fighting for freedom in Hungary. The EU Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought 2020 goes to the democratic opposition in Belarus, pointing out how immensely important the fight for freedom is. Civil society, it really counts. It makes the difference of a country's atmosphere, and it can bring change. So let's face it, 2020 is not only the year of Corona. We celebrate 75 years of the United Nations and 75 years of peace after the Second World War. Today's Europe celebrates its 70th birthday. If you think about it, the UN and the peaceful and united Europe, it only exists since one human lifetime so far. But how the future is looking like, it's up to us. So have a great YouthSpeak Forum 2020, and thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, Nana.
And we're back. Guys, I hope you really enjoyed that keynote. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties that we're having, but we are fixing it. We are on it so that the rest of the day will be smooth and awesome for you. We're just going to take a 1-minute break to watch a video, and then we're going to hop into the education panel. I had a chance to talk a little bit with our partners, and they are awesome. They're amazing, and I'm so excited to have you listen to them in the panel today. So let's watch this video, and we're going to get straight to the panel. Get loud for me. Get loud for me.
a lion. Fire inside me blaze like a siren. Why would you try it? Wake up the beast, no I can't keep silent. I put my time in, now it's my time, your time is expiring. Blood, sweat and tears, I conquered my fears, I'm ready to fly now. Get loud for me. Get loud for me. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Blood, sweat and tears, I conquered my fears, I'm ready to fly now. I put my time in, now it's my time, your time is expiring. Blood, sweat and tears, I conquered my fears, I'm ready to fly now. Get loud for me. Get loud for me. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me.
So it's getting serious now.
Hello guys! So we're back with our panel. I'm here social distancing with one of the panelists, so it's really good because I got to speak to her as well, and as well speak with the other panelists. And today we're going to talk about education. By the way, guys, if you guys can hear me or hear me a little fuzzy, kind of react and tell us in the chat box below so that we kind of have a feeling, and as well I know I need to speak faster, slower, louder, softer, and all of that. Yeah. So I want to introduce to you our panelists for today. It's a very interesting group and mix of people that we have with us today. First of all, we have Tony Cuenca, Teach for Austria. He's head of recruitment there. Maybe he will introduce himself later, but just a little bit for me to give you a brief introduction to Teach for Austria. They actually work on solving education inequalities in their local communities. They are also a global organization that have specific offices in different countries. And then we have Stephanie, who is from Isaac in Europe. So she will actually be talking about how Isaac on a European level, what they think about what Isaacers think, since most of us are students, will actually opt into joint student organization as well, like her own personal experiences in education. And then we have Arya, who is with us today, and she is a student from the University of Vienna. We thought it would be really interesting to hop in someone who is currently in the to give us a little bit of insight of what she actually feels in her experience of what she's gone through the past 15 years, I would say. And then last but not least, we have Alex Pinza. He is the co-founder of an app called Scouts. I would recommend you to check them out if you're into sports. But as well, he lectures at TU and VU for entrepreneurship. So he will be giving us a little bit more of this innovation perspective into education, since it seems to be the new buzzword, or not seems to be, it's the new buzzword of, I think, the last 5 years. So let's jump right in. The first question that I actually want to ask is very simple, but it is, does the current system form the students to the needs of tomorrow? And the first person that I actually want to ask is actually Tony.
That was me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so hi everybody. If you look at my name, it's not Odosio, it's really Tony. I just using the account of my wife in Skype. Teach for Austria, real quick. I think you described it very well. You're working with disadvantaged kids. We want to live in a world where all kids, independent from the income and the education of their parents, can live a fulfilled life. And we think one tool to do so is education. So what we are doing is we are sending into the most challenging, where we see most kids that have disadvantages, we are sending excellent graduates there. We recruit them, we select them in an assessment center approach, and then we send them into the most challenging schools to make a difference there. And Teach for Austria sees itself as a leadership development program. So this is also to Isaac, right? This is something you're talking about, taking responsibility for problems you're seeing out there to really be part of this solution. And this is what we are doing on the basis of education in the most challenging schools. If you know Vienna, we are working, for example, in 10th district, Favoriten, 20th district, 16th districts. Those are the areas we are working in. And right now, there's 140 fellows out there currently working in schools, and we already have more than 300 alums that have already done the program. So when I talk about fellows, I talk about teachers in those schools. Okay. Now to your question, when does the current system prepare students for the needs of tomorrow? Depends on the school you're going to. And in the case of our schools, I can tell you no, it doesn't. Why is that so? Because we are working in schools where the kids already are very far behind the peers. When you look at it, you know, the kids whose parents don't have education and money are very far behind already. After 4 school years, they're already 3 years behind their peers whose parents have a university degree. So we have to catch up, you know, when it comes to knowledge, skills, all of that. This is the first big hurdle, right? Now, when it comes to methods, didactics, we have schools are run in a very old school way. We are grading kids, you know, we everybody has to do the same. There's not a lot of differentiation in the schools we are working in, and in the schools we are working in, you have to imagine that 86% of the kids in the classrooms we are working in have another mother tongue than German. And we are working in classrooms where you find kids from 15 different international backgrounds and language backgrounds, sometimes even more than that. So differentiation is a big thing. How can you reach all the needs of all those kids And this is something very difficult, and the current school system is not set up for this. Neither are teachers that are working in these settings. So I would say right now, on a system level, we can discuss later what might be solutions. But the short answer is no.
Thank you so much. Before someone else to answer the question, I just wanted to remind you guys that you have the link to ask questions in the iPad right here. So if you guys have questions at all for our panelists, please send them over, and I will make sure that you get your answer. So with that being said, thank you so much for giving us insight into Austria and how schools are actually in Austria are preparing young people for the future, especially since Austria is one of the countries that actually offer public education, and to see that there are still flaws in the system, it's really interesting to see. But with that being said, I would also like to grab another perspective, which is Stephanie, of the matter.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, I also wanted to say something to what Tony has been saying about the part of going into classes and then having 15 different backgrounds. And I think one thing as well in this topic is that we're still, our mindsets, or of many people, their mindsets are still in terms of seeing this as a setback and seeing this as a negative thing, rather than actually seeing how can we use this and thinking problem or solving oriented and solution oriented. Because in the end of the day, having 15 different backgrounds, or however many it might be, can also be a very big advantage in actually creating a better of the day. That's what we're moving towards: education, forming people that can live a responsible life and that can live it as well in a better state than they have found it in, rather than towards a little bit of the opposite that we might be moving into nowadays, talking about all the other issues that are arising from this. But yes, in general as well, coming to the question, now one of the topics that I think is becoming a lot bigger is, if you ask students, you say your studies prepare you for the job or for your world after, or even in high school, most people in my circle at least tend to answer, I just want the degree because I know that if I don't have the degree in my CV, I cannot get the job that I want to get. But in the end, they're going to actually have to do in other extracurricular activities, such as being part of ISEC or any other student organization, or learning them simply on the job. So we're still seeing this as maybe a matter of discipline of getting it done, but not seeing it as the knowledge that is actually needed in order to survive in this world, physically, mentally, on the job, whatever it is. Our whole view of seeing the system just has to change fundamentally to actually be able to cater what the world is needing now. And if we're looking at how old the system is, actually, we're just not catching up with it and not having the conversations that are needed to really fundamentally change something.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, I completely agree. If you guys can see me, I was nodding the whole time because as a university student myself, I can completely resonate with that, which is sad, which is why we're having this panel today. On that note, I think something that we can all agree on is, I think the thing that is really missing is that a lot of times in academia we're just learning facts and we're just learning basically the skill of how to memorize knowledge, but maybe less of how to process it, but as well how we can take our own take in these type of things. So my next question, which is actually goes into the direction of Alex, is how can we foster creativity, innovation, and the entrepreneurship aspect in school, whether it's at a young age or in university like you're teaching right now? What are the specific action steps that you would like to see in the school system?
Yeah, thanks for the invite. I also want to drop in with just two quick statements. So congrats to Tony and what those with Teach for Austria. Really think that this is an unbelievable program. Same with ISAC. So over the last 2 years, I had a couple of overlaps and synergies with ISAC, and I also do want to thank you guys because you're doing a tremendous job. Coming back to your question, in my opinion, the main objective as a teacher or professor or lecturer is to inspire and prepare the young people to succeed in a global economy. So everything is going more global. Everything is going, more digital. So making especially entrepreneurship education, or maybe you can call it startups. I think it's a great thing, and it should also be a top priority at a national level. So I'm very, very convinced that young, very aspiring entrepreneurs to take them, especially at the very start, take them by the hand and lead them in order to maybe pursue that kind of career option. I think this is very, very important. And I think that when you talk about education, it's important to bring in practitioners. Yeah. So it's
these topics to help us and support us to move in the right direction in regards to putting these ideas and our thoughts into action and actually having them to last, rather than it's just a trial and error stage in a high school or a university project.
Thank you so much. To just pick a little bit of what you said before, on how we're just doing things to fulfill the needs of our professor, of our students, less than us actually making it applicable into what we want to do with our lives. What do you think of standardized testing? Do you think that it's an effective way on judging knowledge or judging education in general?
So I'm going to assume that your question is to me, yeah?
Yes.
Perfect. Sorry, it just cut for a second. I think standardized testing for me never really worked, because back in high school, I was never got good grades in high school exams, but I used to get good grades, or I balanced out my GPA with research papers that we had to do and essays that we had to write, because a bit in which I took the time and explored my passions in regards to something, and that was my strength. So I really am not a big fan of standardized testing, and I really hope that it changes along the time, because I don't think that, or everybody already knows that different people learn in different ways, and having everybody or testing everybody in some way is very demotivating and would restrict the person and their self-confidence in then excelling in life.
Thank you so much. I would actually like to ask the same question to in the room, or one of the educators in the room, which is Tony from Teach for Austria. So seeing that Teach for Austria actually goes to these underprivileged communities to balance out education in the country, what do you guys at Teach for Austria as educators think about standardized testing?
Yeah, it's there's two sides to standardized testing. But one thing, Elia, when you talked about in the very beginning about, you're having work on something that the professors already say the outcome and then grade you on this. In school, I call this Easter egg pedagogy, hiding the Easter eggs, and then you have to find it, hiding the knowledge, and then you have to find exact that answer. Yeah, that's not the best way of teaching and enabling people. Now, when it comes to standardized testing, there's two sides to it. On an individual level, I would agree totally with you. I don't think that standardized testing fits, the needs, or that doesn't leverage really the talents and the potential of the people, right? Doesn't show really a scale from 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. It's that's a very technical way of looking at people. Now, when you look at, for example, standardized testing like PISA studies, those studies were really important to really point out the weaknesses of an educational system that doesn't work. So in our case, for example, when you look at the schools that we are working in, the standardized testing shows us kids are and what that means, right? Like that shows us that the educational system segregated from very privileged students to very disprivileged students. So it helps us to see, okay, in what schools should we be working in? What schools should get more resources than others? That we can, like, let's say you have a school with a lot of poor and kids whose parents don't have a lot of education. They are starting from a very different point. So you have to put much more resources and thinking in how to get those kids on a pathway that leads them to a successful or fulfilled life. So in the testing was important for us to show the need of going into those schools, you know. On the other hand, on an individual level, yeah, it's a, I don't know how we call it in German, in English. In German, it's Spannungsfeld. It's like, you know, it's tension. There is a tension in that question, and I can't answer it either way.
Yeah, actually, I have a question out of personal interest, which is, you know, how I'm aware of the PISA test and all of these things, but I've always had to wonder that what does general knowledge, what how can I articulate myself in the best way? So, for example, the PISA test, a lot of it is quote unquote general knowledge that a child should know in order for them to thrive in society, in order for them to, you know, be educated on general things. But then a lot of times, and the job that we have to do today, and you know, the knowledge that we have to get along the way, in 10 years' time, a lot of the knowledge that I learned as a third year student or like in school, in comparison to now as a person who's finishing university, there's a lot of general knowledge that I feel like I knew when I was younger, I should know right now, but a lot of it has just gone forgotten because of all of the different knowledge that I had to pile on over the years. So, in your perspective, how can we make sure that these education systems are making sure that, you know, we do have this general knowledge and that it's not just being taught to us as kids, but it's something that we can actually apply again and again and use as argument or, you know, what do you say, in the further education we go or even in our daily life. I'm not sure if you understood my question. Let me know if you didn't, but I would really like to hear your thoughts on that.
Can I jump in really quickly? I think the question what do we want to teach in our, do we want to teach subjects or do we want to teach people, you know? And the question about this is, I don't think that you have to put all the knowledge into the people, you know? It's not about the knowledge, it's about the skills and the competencies that you as an individual achieve to be able to get the knowledge you
always aware of the things that are happening. So I think it starts more from, first of all, understanding education should be in that and how we can use technology for that. So one part is, as Alex already talked about, in terms of like using the tools. Another one is actually building as well the capacity within our teachers in order to use them and how they can use them in a best way. Sometimes also with older generations, technology is seen more as a little bit of the enemy, and therefore we need to have the part of openness actually of teachers and students to more look into this peer-to-peer part, because we all know how sometimes you have the 7-year-old kid who knows better how to use an iPhone than we do because they've seen the functions faster than we do, but to be more open to have this peer-to-peer approach. And then on the other hand side, also, if you look at technology, if you look at programming and so on, essentially problem solving, the approaches are always very problem solving. So if you look at programming languages and so on, this can as well help us, like putting this in the curriculums of youth from like a very early age on can also help us to think more as a solution-oriented society, and to stop maybe sometimes, I think as well in Austria, maybe this is very much my personal opinion, but we tend to complain a lot, and then sometimes we tend to not feel the need to take the action because complaining is more comfortable. So, but this can actually help us to become more solution-oriented and to see learning as an ongoing thing rather than a thing that stops when I'm 18 and I'm with my degree, but to see it more as an ongoing thing.
Thank you so much, both of you. I was writing down questions like crazy because I have a follow-up question to that, and it's open to the floor for whoever wants to answer it. But for me, I think now that we're talking, especially in the last semester in schools and things like that, everyone has been having online schools. But at the same time, our economy is falling, and people, cannot afford people who don't have computers, people who cannot afford computers. How should we tackle this inequality of education that that exists now already, but will be enhanced due to COVID-19? And how do we make sure that there are no gaps in education when, a very key part of it will be technology and not everyone will be able to afford it?
I mean, maybe I can say one or give an perspective on that. Technology is a thing we have to think when we think about technology and learning. We have to think about a totally different approach in learning. How do you use this technology? You're not just shifting the stuff we are doing right now on PDFs and sending them on WhatsApp. That's not going to help, right? So how can we foster learning when it comes to online education? And I think it has a big chance of being in technology gives us a big chance, for them in their own tempo and in their own speed, with the really concentrating on their own interests, and then for the teacher being able to how do you say, go in there on a very individual level. After students having worked on a task, then being able to answer individual questions. So that will be a big chance. Now, when it comes, the technology that we are seeing out there, it's not only about that. I'm looking at the poorest kids that have not a lot of chances, and the pandemic hits them very hard. And not only because they don't have a computer, but also because, for example, they live in 60 square meters with 8 people. And there, I mean, who's going to use it, and when are they going to be able to really, learn in that environment? And this is not going to happen, right? So I think I'm a very big fighter for the school as a physical space, because that physical space, however, it doesn't have to be a school building, right? In a very traditional way, it can be a different thing. This is open up for discussion, but I think it has to be a physical space where we'll be able to meet each other physically. And I think the technology can help us to prepare for those physical meetings. I prepare my own stuff, and then I go in and I come in with questions, concrete questions and tasks that I will solve in this physical space. So I think this physical space is very important mostly for the kids we are working with, because this gives them space of freedom and hopefully, fulfilling their potential as well, because they are very, I would say, I mean, if you look at the studies, around 36% of the kids we're working with weren't reached, by the schooling, by the remote schooling.
Yeah.
And reach doesn't mean calling one time. It means, reached in a way that they were able to learn. So, two things. First, physical space, but then using technology to improve the learning we are seeing right now in this physical space.
Can I add on to that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I want to add to the technology part that was just mentioned, and I think this is something where the social responsibility of big corporates or big tech companies, where it is the calling of their social responsibility, because now, especially in these, it's no secret, COVID is affecting everyone in the world, and everybody needs to work together to move forward, and they should use this as an opportunity to reach out to those who are less fortunate and those who have no access to these technology that are needed to move forward. Because at the end of the day, especially in the world we live in today, there are many refugees due to war, due to, climate change and so on, that have no access to this technology. And then if you look on a wider scale, that in 15 years, you have a whole generation who is less educated than the previous one. And I think this should be something like addressed as a social responsibility to all big corporations.
Thank you so much, Alia. Yeah, definitely something that I am going to think about. Alex, would you like to add anything on this matter?
To be honest, I think the panelists already made a couple of great statements and comments. Maybe one quick thing. Apart from all those big companies, could also be the time for major brands like Lenovo, HP, Dell, Apple, et cetera, to basically step up and maybe initiate some sort of a additional school program or COVID-19 free campaign. I don't know. Details to be discussed still, but I think it would be a great chance for those guys to take all their power and put it back into the society and start giving something back, maybe with those kind of social programs.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, with that being said, we are actually have 1 minute left, but I would not like to end the panel just like this. I would actually like to end a panel with one question that I would like all of our panelists to answer, which is how do you think education will look like in 10 years? And how would you like education to look like in 10 years? So maybe we can start with Steffi, who's sitting right next to me, socially distanced.
I think actually this question sums up a lot of the thoughts that we had, because we're seeing, okay, our curriculums are very old, they're not necessarily equipping us, then we have this very big issue of inclusion and like education just not being able to reach everyone. And very often the way the family we're born into or the country we're born into, where whatever it is our sentence whether we're going to receive good or not so good education. But at the end of the day, I think that wherever this path is going to lead us, the main thing is, if we look at this world and things changing, if we look at where we were maybe 1 year ago when it was not normal to wear a mask in public or things like this, the only constant in this world is change. So at the end of the day, our education needs to as well be adapted to preparing people for that, and not just teaching them the history of the past 2000 years, which also is important for them to understand the decisions to make, but to teach them, as well Tony said earlier, the skills that are needed to be in this world, the skills to take the decisions. And I think for that, that is something that we just cannot only outsource to learn on the job or to organizations, but that just needs to be an essential part of our education system.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Alex, maybe?
Yeah, sure. So don't hit on me. Students, I think, will also be placed in classes by age. This is also something I see coming earlier than later. And I think that the beginning of school will start with a physical activity, maybe even or socially orientated. So
Hi guys, welcome back. For those who were at a workshop, I hope that you enjoyed the workshop. I heard very good things about it. For those who were in the networking space, I hope that you had an amazing time listening to different organizations on what they're doing to develop leadership, what they're doing in terms of sustainability in Austria today. A lot of them were youth organizations, which is perfect because now you had a platter of different things of how you can get engaged in really choosing action. Right now, we're moving to the second half of the day where we will actually be talking about more technical things of how Vienna actually as a city is implementing the Sustainable Development Goals in its policy and in making it more green. So first of all, we will have a keynote from Miriam Cruz, who is the head of business development in Wien Energie. So yes, and it will be followed by a panel by smart cities, Austrian Development Bank, about talking about as well what type of development and what type of sustainable actions we actually as a city in Vienna, in Austria, are doing towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in the public sector. So I am going to pass it to Miriam Cruz. I hope that you enjoy her keynote. I met her before. She's a super nice lady, and I'm pretty sure that you guys will enjoy what she has to say in giving us updates of what is happening in Vienna right now.
Du kannst anfangen.
Super, danke. So, hi everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to give my talk today. My topic today is the Urban Pioneers Community, a living lab in Viertel 2. But first, a few facts about me. I'm Miriam Kruse, business developer at Wien Energie. And for networking, or if you have any questions afterwards, you will find my contact at the end of the presentation. So don't hesitate to contact me. First of all, I will give you a brief overview of Wien Energie. Wien Energie is the leading energy provider in Austria. We supply 2 million people with electricity, gas, heat, and cold. We have built 830 e-charging points in Vienna, and our power plants stabilize the grid up to 200 times a year. We have over 2,500 employees and are the largest solar power producer in Austria. So due to the ever-expanding renewable energy production and the possibility that every consumer can also become a producer, the called prosumer, the energy business is facing a change. The establishment of energy community, which should be possible from 2021, also presents us with challenges. In this context, I would like to introduce you to our Urban Pioneers community, which we use as a living lab. First, I'll give you an overview of the Viertel where the community is located. Then I'll go deeper into the project and show a few excerpts from the pilot project. And finally, I'll give you an outlook on the further courses of the project. The Viertel 2 may be familiar to some of you. It is located at the Kriau in Vienna, next to the horse racing track and near the Vienna University of Economics and Business. It is a 160,000 square meter floor area. 320,000 square meter gross floor area are for offices, shops, apartments, student apartments, and hotels. In the Viertel 2 work and live 7,000 people. It has 375 apartments, 250 hotel rooms, 350 student apartments, and you can find 4 local suppliers, 5 restaurants, and 3 food trucks. The Urban Pioneers Community Project has been running for 3 years and consists of around 100 volunteers who are piloting new business models together with Wien Energie and Vienna Contracting. So our focus is to develop new business models close to our customers. We have been piloting and testing new approaches for electricity tariffs, fiber optic internet, mobility concepts, energy communities, blockchain applications, and IoT applications. So the new energy world is already being tested at Viertel in this living lab. Co-creation is an important part. For several topics like the user interface, electricity tariffs, or energy communities, we organized some co-creation workshops in order to develop solutions and business models together with their customers. We gave them creative space to let them overthink our business models or even create some new business ideas. We used the results to adapt existing business models or to develop new ones and implemented and tested them in Viertel 2. The platform or user interface with the urban pioneers, which is the urban pioneers community using. The community has the opportunity to quickly and easily get an overview. The current power consumption is displayed, cost overview is given, tariffs can be changed quickly and easily. The pilot customers can collect bonus points by participating in the co-creation workshops, which are also displayed here. They can redeem these bonus points in stores in Viertel 2, for example. The Pioneers community also has its own PV system, of which each member can use a certain amount. In this case, that the allocated electricity is not used, the peer-to-peer Im-Quartier model was developed. With the help of the platform and the blockchain technology, it is fictitiously possible to sell your unnecessary electricity to a neighbor who can use the cheap and local electricity during the access. The business model with which they can share their own electricity is called peer-to-peer Im-Quartier. In this example, we see Anna and Peter. Anna is flying to Paris over the weekend. In her profile, she can indicate that her electricity can be made available to the community. In contrast, Peter accepts his parents to visit him. He gets the electricity he needs for the Sunday roast from Anna's part of the photovoltaic system. While Anna stands in line at the Eiffel Tower and Peter serves the dessert, the energy use is settled and built fully automated on the blockchain. Both can get an overview of the origin of the energy at any time. In the picture, you can see the graphics that show the origin of the energy. The different colors show the origins, such as PV system, community, the grid, or the storage. Here you can see an excerpt from the overview of the platform. You can see exactly where the energy that is used now is coming from. We have a photovoltaic system, an energy storage system, and the public network from which energy can be used. The arrows show where the energy is flowing. On the left side, you can see the picture. In addition, diagrams show how the high consumption per user are and give a comparison to the common consumption of the community. This is what you can see in the red diagram. And the diagrams also show how the energy consumption is made up based on the origin. This is what you can see in the middle of the diagrams. So summarized, the community members can track the origin of the actual used energy and can even share their own energy from the PV panel to other community members. On to the next steps. As some of you may know, the draft of the EAG is currently under review, in which the energy communities are a major part. The law is expected in the early 2021, in which the establishment of energy communities will be allowed. In this context, Wien Energie would like to expand the urban pioneers community throughout Vienna in order to evaluate the possibilities based on the new legal situation. In this context, we will pilot new business models for energy communities and develop them for the market together with the urban pioneers community. So, thank you for your attention, and there is only one thing left to say from me at this point. Let's renew the energy business. now. Thank you. If you have any questions, please, here you can see my contact details. You can tell me or ask me anything.
Hello again. Thank you very much for your keynote, for telling us what's happening in Vienna right now. It was a great introduction to the panel that we will be doing next, which is also very, very interesting. I was reading all the profiles of the people who are going to be in the panel, and they're amazing. I am blown away. But before we get into that and let our panelists prep and meet each other a little bit, we're going to be playing some videos for you to watch, and we'll see you soon.
For the ones who can't remember what being free feels like. And for the ones that are finally free, but not sure what to do with this freedom. For the ones counting the days and watching from their window. For the ones who don't feel ready. And the ones who did nothing but prepare, practice, and smash those goals and finished all the courses. And the ones who literally finished Netflix. For the confident and the less so. For the ones who said, 2020 will be my year. For the ones already hopping on planes after taking all the security measures possible.
Hello. How are you? I'm tired. How are you?
For the ones getting their home office ready. For the ones who are excited for the future, and the ones scared of it. There is always a way to get ready for the future with Isaac.
Here.
Hello, so welcome back. I'm here with our panelists and dive into the second panel of the day. The first panel was extremely interesting, especially for me. I found it vastly interesting to talk about education today. And as Steffi, who is as well in this panel, said, the thing that we need to learn is how to deal with change. And I think that, yeah, that really resonated with me. But today, now we're going to go into a topic that is a little bit more tangible and a little bit about our local society as such. We have three lovely panelists for us that will be able to share their thoughts on urban innovation, but as well as SDGs in our community as such. We have David Leonard from Modul, and he is a researcher in public government and development. So he will be representing kind of like the university sector in that sense. We have someone from the Austrian Development Bank, Sophie Marie Hofer, who is as well in charge of development, I guess, political development. Sorry, again from Isaac in Europe to talk about as the largest youth-led organization in Europe. Actually, what are we doing that is tangible in our cities, and what do you think about it? So let's dive in. I would like every single panelist to maybe introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about what they are doing in their organization. Maybe we can start with Sophie.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me on this panel. I'm excited to see what comes out of it. I work for the Development Bank of the Development Policy Unit. So basically, I'm in charge of the impact assessment of our project. So we track the of the development effects of each transaction as we evaluate our portfolio yearly on basis of development effects. And on the other hand, we also a strategic unit. So we draw up the strategy of the development bank, its connection to the SDGs, and how we work towards achieving the SDGs. So I'm gonna be excited to hear what others do, but I'm happy to share how we approach this with the bank.
Thank you very much. How about Mr. Leonard? David?
Yeah, good afternoon. So I'm a lecturer at Modul University, a lecturer in political economy. So most of what I teach is economics related. I teach at all different levels, foundation program, undergrad level, and at the master's level, in various courses relating to, particularly with an economic focus. And one of the things I'm most proud of is we introduced a sustainability literacy course, which we've made mandatory for all of our undergrad students. So this is where a lot of my focus lies. In addition to that, I'm the sustainability manager at the university, which gives me the responsibility for creating our sustainability report, measuring various impacts around the university, and contributing to various ranking schemes, such as the Times Higher Education Impact and the Green Metric and various other schemes.
Thank you. And last but not least, my colleague Stephanie.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie. I'm 23 years old, and I'm currently in Isaac already for around 5 years. And now since August, I have moved to the Czech Republic. Has been in the news for not so good things lately, but however, I'm working now on the regional level of Isaac with partners. So actually my role is to work in business development and to build and maintain partnerships within the region, which is a very interesting connection to the topic as well, because in the end, in Isaac, without partnerships, things wouldn't work. So it's about as well how can we move towards fulfilling the SDGs while with our partners together to as well enable youth to have an impact.
Thank you. Yeah, so now that we have all of our panelists introduced, I'm going to dive into the first question, which I think relates a lot to all of your introductions actually today, is how can we raise awareness about the Agenda 2030, especially to young people who ultimately will be the global workforce in 2030? And I would like to start with Stephanie.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so when it comes to the 2030 agenda, on one hand side, still many people don't know about it. That's where it starts. And then also we have many people that are maybe more skeptical towards if that is really needed or if it is as urgent as we are seeing that it is. And then on the other hand, we have maybe not very agile education systems. So if we're talking about youth contribution and we're talking about the SDGs, many people reduce it to if you want climate change to slow down, it is only about if you turn off the tap while brushing your teeth. So it's being reduced to these very basic things that are in the end not the main contributors. And then we're lacking to see what are the things that really can do and where can youth actually be on the table that can make a bigger impact. So it's about how can we connect all the that are part of it? How can we connect schools? How can we connect governmental, non-governmental organizations? Also, how can we connect companies to actually then come together to make something? How can we give youth the opportunity to co-create something as well, as it's about, as we're always talking about their future in the end of the day?
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. I would actually like to pull in David to ask what you guys at Onlin are actually doing, because now we're talking about, okay, as Steffi mentioned, how are we bringing youth to the table, how are we educating them, how are we putting in schools, and as you mentioned before, Modul is actually doing that actively and recognizing that this is something that is needed. Maybe you can touch on the topic.
Right, so potentially a business-oriented university, and we believe that sustainability is relevant to all of the programs that we offer. As for raising awareness of the SDGs, well, as an educator, I do expose my students to the SDGs, but I encourage them to approach them in a critical way. We, as an institution, we don't advocate for the SDGs as a whole, because within academic communities, at least those with some ecological awareness, it's widely acknowledged that this is actually an incoherent list of objectives. There are direct contradictions within there. The most glaring one being whether we can have reach our ecological goals at the same time as promoting aggregate economic growth. Beyond that, the list, well, although they're called goals, in fact, this list actually conflates goals with strategies, ends with means. Some of them up there, we would probably all agree are absolutely goals, things that are valuable in and unto themselves. Certainly all of the social goals. When it comes to environmental goals, well, the anthropocentric worldview which underpins the SDGs, in fact, this would rather regard the ecological goals as just being means of achieving human well-being. And I think some people might disagree on that, of course. Any vegans in the room might disagree with this anthropocentric perspective. When it comes to the economic goals, though, I think we would all agree that these are not goals unto themselves. We don't want growth for the sake of growth. We don't want innovation for the sake of innovation. We only want these things if and when they actually contribute to our actual goals of human well-being. What does this list has not been divinely inspired, right? This is the result of a political compromise. So I encourage my students to approach these very critically and, well, to think of them like the 10 Commandments, right? There's a whole lot of good stuff in there, but very few of us would say that the 10 Commandments are the 10 most important things we should do. And I would suggest that any individual that closely examines these goals will find that their own list of priorities for this world, hopefully they overlap heavily with the SDGs, but they won't directly align. And of course, we can only advocate strongly for things that we truly believe in. So my advice would not be to raise awareness of the SDGs as a whole, but to choose those particular elements which are of particular importance to you and seek out those individually, or perhaps a combination of the goals. yeah, we need to prioritize, right? This list is often talked about as a roadmap, but a roadmap needs to tell you where to go first. And unfortunately, there's nowhere we ought to prioritize our actions. This is a weakness of, well, the weak sustainability conception, which sees sustainability as these three interlocking circles, yet which are somehow independent of each other. This is inconsistent. This is incoherent. It's just not the way the world works. The strong sustainability perspective coming out of sort of ecological economic worldviews, which sees the three rings as concentric circles, recognizing the environment as the foundational system on which our society is built, and then that the economy is a mere subsystem of that. This helps us to prioritize where we actually need to direct our actions. As for how we engage the youth, well, what I find is simply making them aware of the status quo with respect to some of these goals is sufficient to deeply offend their most basic sensibilities. Many of my students are completely unaware of the state of suffering in many parts of the world, and simply raising their attention to that is enough, perhaps not to inspire action, but to certainly arouse their interest in the topics.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I would also like to point out to everyone that this is the interesting stuff, that like this is why we have a panel discussion, so that we can talk about it in different spheres and have different opinions as well. So based on what David said, I would actually like to know what Sophie thinks in terms of specific SDGs maybe Austria is doing, and more specifically what you're doing in your project in terms of implementing specific SDGs in Austria or in Vienna today.
Yeah. So that's actually exactly the point I wanted to make. And also what the approach OUP took is, I also don't think it makes, I mean, the 17 SDGs, it's a very, very broad agenda with a huge amount of targets. And so it's very important to prioritize and match that or map that with your core activities, core competencies, to really be able to contribute expertise and work towards the goals effectively, right? So what we did at when we tried to match our SDG contributions is we looked at our investment strategy. We had an overall strategy for the bank. We focus on renewable energy and climate protection, which is 13, and then on job creation, SDG 8, and innovation, infrastructure, and industry, SDG 9. This is basically where we invest in, what our portfolio looks like, and how we deploy our resources. So where we can do the most. But we went beyond that, not just looking at the headlines, but really diving into the catalog of the sub-targets, where you can see what measurable targets you can get out. Like, how can you track the program? You can track that along a headline. You need certain indicators, metrics, to see if your goal, if your strategy. So after mapping those SDGs, those 4 or 5, we really look at our projects along these sub-targets, and see if we progress each year, right, in those certain ones. I think institutions try to cover all 17 SDGs, because in the end they lose focus, and that was very important to us, that we really state clearly what matches our strategy, where do we deploy our resources, and what we see in our work.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
May I interrupt? It occurs to me that I might not have completely answered your question, because you asked me about what universities can do in particular, and I'd like to share a bit more on that if I have a moment. So, I mean, we should look at the core competencies of universities, of course, as Sophie suggested, focus on your core competencies. So what are they? Well, in particular, very often when we approach education, we only focus on the educational inputs, what we're trying to do without really measuring the results. So we of course have the objective that we make our students more aware about sustainability. As a result of this, we've been engaging with the sustainability literacy test, the SULI test, endorsed by the Copernicus Alliance for about the last 5 years. And we require all of our students at orientation to take this test and then again at graduation, not as an assessment of them. This doesn't go on academic transcripts or anything. I'm the only one who sees the data, in fact, but to assess ourselves and to see how well we are doing. Initially, the progress was rather minimal, and this has given us the information that we've needed to adapt some of our courses, to add this new course that I mentioned, and to try to integrate sustainability better into the rest of our teaching. In terms of research, well, research is valuable. Information is power, and but what is particularly important here is that we make our research findings available if they're going to have an impact in the world. So we're seeing an increase here at the university, not as fast as I would like, but a shift towards open access publishing. It's not much good creating valuable information if we're locking it up behind paywalls and it's inaccessible to people in developing countries. So I think this is the most important thing that we can do in terms of research. And we need to work in a more interdisciplinary way. We need to break down the traditional borders of the departments in order to integrate the various knowledge. And this is truly the strength of the SDGs, is it makes us aware that we need to tackle all these different things at different times, drawing on different knowledge sources simultaneously. Further than that, well, university quite a trusted role in the society, where we're regarded as quite impartial compared with, well, often governmental or private organizations. And so we have a key role to play in networking and outreach as well. And it's well, not to mention our operations. We have to make sure that we're leading by example and that we are not being wasteful, for instance, within our operations. So we try to measure everything that we can, and we try to be transparent about these to allow people to our stakeholders to make good decisions based on that information.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there's a lot that I'm thinking right now, that's why, because there was just a lot of really good stuff there. But I would like to go into our second question, which is very much connected with a lot of what we're talking now. And I would actually like Stephanie to be the first one to answer, which is, who do you think, as a young person and as part of the world's youth SDG movement, let's say, are the key actors in making sure that we can achieve the SDGs to the best of our abilities in the way that is most urgent right now?
Mm-hmm. So who are the
key actors, in your opinion?
Mm-hmm. Yes. That is actually a very interesting question, because also as ISEC, we have been doing already for the second time, the first time in 2016 and the second time 2019, 2020, something called the YouthSpeak survey. And it was a survey that aimed to cover wide parts of the globe from a lot of different countries to get insights on youth and what they believe, whether the world will be a better place, or whether education is going to move them towards what they need for the world of tomorrow, whether they believe in climate change, or what should be the role in there. And this year, 7,000 responses from 157 countries. And there, they clearly stated that in this world, the people that can have the most impact are not necessarily the government, but more so social organizations, NGOs, also educational institutions, and youth organizations, for example, because currently right now, it is not enough what is being imposed by the government, and it is not the thing that is currently leading us to achieving the targets that we will be needing to achieve. So that was a very interesting point, that youth is seeing, the youth is more towards, I want to take action and we need to do something, and that they're seeing that non-governmental organizations, they have the power to do that. But then on the other hand side, we're looking into a part that it can be very hard for them to survive. That is, we're seeing this, I think, right now as well, in COVID times, where it is not necessarily the easiest for non-governmental organizations that do strive for something that might not be monetizable as easy as other organizations. It can be very hard to survive, and is not always the number one interest to protect these. So that is also a question of how can we actually find common ground on achieving what needs to be achieved and get together for this.
Thank you very much. I would actually be very interested to know what Sophie has to say about that.
When I read the question, I was already wondering if there are main actors, because somehow with an agenda like the Agenda 2030 and the goal set or framework of the SDGs, person is a main actor, and individual contributions are significant to achieve something this broad and overarching. And Stephanie said before, looking forward and just solely being aware of, I don't know, turning off the electricity more frequently. I think it does start from there. Like, of course, it's so NGOs, any kind of stake organizations, this forum, for example, all very, very, very important. But the common effort starts at the individual too. And I think, and if the individual starts being aware, I don't know, take more care of their trash or reduce plastic, whatever, it is a starting point. So at the base, everyone is a major actor in all of this. We cannot neglect the role of the government, because in the sense of supporting society and business, but also raise awareness, government is crucial, and the government should have the vision to support that. And obviously, from OEB's perspective, and from being a development bank, development finance institutions, our reason why we're here and what we're doing is that a lot of capital is needed to achieve these. A lot of financial resources are needed to for the SDGs, and state budgets cannot, and it's proven that state budgets alone cannot finance this. So we need to include the private sector. We need to raise awareness. Well, that's our mandate. We try to mobilize the private sector in also work towards the SDGs.
I have a follow-up question to that, which is, currently in Austria, who do you see are the key actors? So not so much who should be, but who currently are, in terms of the awareness of the Sustainable Development Goals, and as well working towards implementation. And as well, in your professional opinion, how can Austria contribute to the actual global achievement of these goals?
Was that directed at me? Sorry.
No, totally, sorry. A follow-up question to, I'm sorry.
You said the key challenges?
No, so who, in your opinion right now, are the current actors? So you told us about who you think the actors should be, and in general, and ideally how it is, but right now in Austria, who do you see the current actors are? But as well, in your professional opinion, how do you think Austria is contributing to the achievement of the global ranking of the Sustainable Development Goals, or the achievement? Do you think as a nation that we will be able to make a significant impact in the achievement of it on a global level?
Well, I mean, the point I made before are obviously universal, so they also, I can just point them down to Austria. key actors. I mean, as Austria has tendencies when it comes to the climate-related goals, and I think that Austria really tries to SDG focus there, which I very appreciate seeing, and there are various stakeholders and actors that think that is highly important and work towards that, where it comes back to the focus. So Austria has sort of focused on a couple of areas that it's good in its core competencies. So you can't pinpoint it down to just name a few. Like we have so many from government ministries that have their parts in the whole process, as well as institutions, banks, not just a development bank, but also private banks in a way. Of course, universities, research institutions, and any initiative really that brings up SDGs, that raises awareness. Because yeah, what you see is when you go out of your work bubble of development work, people don't know what the SDGs are, and it's sometimes when it's something you work with daily, it seems so obvious that everyone around you knows what you're talking about, and then you sit at a private dinner and you somehow you talking about, and you see that it's really just your bubble and very hard and to get the SDGs more out there. And although everyone speaks about it, tries to publish about it, tries to have conferences and forums about it, but it still hasn't really arrived in society as a concept. Or that's my personal view. Yeah.
No, I agree with you, because I think that as well it's very sector specific. So I think that depending on which sector you come from, it's actually had very different times of when the discussion of the implementation of SDGs has actually arrived to that sector. And we do see that, 5 years in, some sectors have not yet to touch on the topic. Yeah. So on that, maybe David, you could tell us your opinion. What do you think are the challenges of the implementation? I know you talked about it a little bit before about the flaws in the framework or the agenda itself, but what do you see as the key challenges in the implementation?
Just first, let me absolutely agree with my colleagues here on the previous question in terms of the major actors. It truly is everyone. The action needs to happen at the ground floor, and I've got some data to share on that. I asked my students to calculate their ecological footprint, which they do. I then asked them to, and I've done this over the last 2 days, and I'm going to be doing it again with another group at 1:30. I then asked them to calculate it again, putting in the details of a lifestyle that they could easily live now without making major sacrifices. And what I typically find is that they have 30% reduction in their ecological footprint without making any major sacrifices to their lifestyle, which is phenomenal, right? That's essentially all we have to do. So key information out there. This is the question, and I agree. The NGOs and the educational institutions play a key role here. Key challenges. Okay. It is impossible for this world to be ecologically sustainable until we get rid of our debt-based monetary system. It is impossible. Do I have 2 minutes to explain why?
Yes.
All of our money is created as debt. About 97% of it. That means that whenever new money is created, it's created as debt by people taking loans. The problem is that what is created is not just the principal to repay the loan. Well, all that's created is the principal, but there's of course interest due on all of this money, which means that we don't only create the same amount of debt as money, we create more debt than money. In the current system, we cannot get rid of debt unless we get rid of all of our money, and then we're still going to have debt. Now, the problem with this is that the money does not exist yet to pay for the debt. to pay for the interest which is owed, which means that unless we constantly create more money, then there'll be widespread bankruptcies and defaults, which of course would be catastrophic for human well-being. So we have a system where we must constantly increase the monetary supply. We know in this finite world that we cannot continually increase the production of goods and services, and at some point we're going to have to stabilize this. Regardless how circular our economy becomes, we cannot grow forever. And what that means is that we're going to have a fixed amount of stuff with an increasing monetary supply. This, of course, means rampant inflation, which is all the incentive we need to drive increasing consumption. While we maintain this type of monetary system, it is impossible for us to reach ecological sustainability. This means our dollars are flawed, our euros are flawed. These have worked well in the past when we had a growing economy, but these types of monetary systems are completely unable to cope with the steady state in economy, which we must sometime, and hopefully very soon, be living in. The problem is there is absolutely zero political will to deal with this topic. The most powerful actors, the bankers, are certainly absolutely unwilling to cede this power of money creation. There is zero awareness of this in the community. They are unaware of the fact that money is debt. And I'm sure you're well educated, and you might just ask yourself, how is it that you've gone to this point using money every day and yet are unaware that our money represents debt? Why has this been omitted from your syllabi at various levels of studies? It's because it's a big scam, and it's absolutely abhorrent to people when they learn about it for the first time. I'm not confident at all that we're going to see a political resolution here. I see the only potential as that we displace this system by moving to some alternative, such as, for instance, some cryptocurrency which meets the needs of a steady state economy. This is the biggest impediment to ecological sustainability in this world. And it's a shame that other than the positive money movement in the UK, I know of no political organizations which are actually trying to further this cause. That's a problem.
Thank you. Sophie, do you have anything to respond to that?
Well, I had my own set of key challenges on a more technical note, which is going back to the point of lack of commitment. To be fair, because we talked so much about awareness raising and the role of stakeholders to raise awareness, which is nice that the SDGs do provide the graphics and the story, and essentially is the action, right? And so what is to be seen is that even policy makers, decision makers use the SDGs, and I don't know, use it like a commercial tool, like a marketing tool. But when you want to pin it down back to action, where you deploy policies or activities, and then obviously important is to be able to monitor them, to evaluate them, to no longer fit as we see now, especially, but we are living in an ever-changing environment, and it's crucial for us to adapt quickly and based on information. And what I've been seeing a lot is talking about what their plans are to do something, but not monitoring it, not collecting data on it, not showing progress on it, and not diverting from it if it doesn't work, or even talk about it if it doesn't work, right? So I feel like these structured processes to actually go to the goal and actually achieve the goal away than from just stating we want to achieve the goal is really lacking. There are not many institutions that can show how, just basic project management in the end, how they're planning step by step to get where they want or said they want to be, right? And this goes back also then to the whole discussion about accountability. A lot of talk and not a lot of act management, which needs continuous monitoring, evaluation, reevaluation, adaptation. That I've seen in the work environment. Obviously, going a little more on the technical side now than the previous talk. But yeah, that's something I am really challenged with when it comes to SDGs.
Yes.
And that's what I think that the agenda is inflated because, yeah, it's way too much used as a communication tool rather than an action tool, you know?
Yes. I would actually like to pick up a little bit of what you said, which is how a lot of like the failed implementation of SDGs is around project management. I actually would like to ask Stephanie what they at ISEC are doing, given that they are a youth organization that helps the promotion of the SDGs and have made projects out of them. Like, what is your experience with that? But as well, what are the key challenges that come with that?
Mhm. Thank you so much. So first of all, maybe the whole purpose of why we have ISEC, why we do what we do, is to develop the young leaders of the future. Because we do believe that if people live a certain set of values and if they have a certain set of skills, they will be able, no matter what they do, because we're defining leadership as if you're in a big multinational as the C-suite, whereas being a leader is also taking basic consumer decisions every day, the way you raise your children or whatever you interact with on a daily basis, that is all leadership. We are just not talking about it and we are just not seeing it in that way. But essentially, that's the goal of ISEC and that's the mission of it. So, and with this being said, of course, we saw our role as in like the SDGs and bringing the SDGs to youth as a very big one, which is why on the Youth Action Summit in December 15 or 16, if I remember correctly, we committed as ISEC towards contributing to the SDGs and raising awareness among youth and motivating them to take action. So on the one hand side, this is why we are sitting here, because this is about our YouthSpeak Forum and our Youth for Global Goals initiatives. On the other hand side, this is about sending our young people from all around the world to different places, to having them interact with different cultures and bringing awareness to the very local places. So whether that's in Austria, where we're having people talking about culture and talking about the raising awareness on different countries and realities in schools, to actually locally working on different environmental projects, such as recycling or upcycling in communities in different countries that are not used to the idea of recycling. So essentially with this, we're showing young people that they can not only go somewhere to develop themselves, but they can also tackle something and they can start. And it doesn't only need to be very high organizations that are doing something, but everyone can start from somewhere and everyone can raise the awareness. And that's also why we're running YouthSpeak Forum, because we want them to have a voice and we want people to talk about it and then to take action on it. And we've seen a lot of people then walking out and actually, whether they have founded a startup that aims to do something better, whether they have had experiences with ISEC or simply go somewhere else just to take that further. That is our mission in terms of bringing the SDGs further.
Thank you very much. So we're almost coming to the end. We have time for one more question to be answered by every single one of you. And my last question would be, from in the sector that you're working in right now in your current job, from 2015 until today, so we're 5 years in, what do you think the SDGs have done so far? Maybe we can start with Stephanie.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so what the SDGs have done so far, I do think that we are improving in the terms of awareness. It's not going in a level that it should be or that we would like it to be, but at the same time we cannot neglect that it hasn't improved. And also, if we're comparing this to the Millennium Development Goals, we did take one big step into that, and yet it is still more of a communication tool, and it is not yet translated into enough actions. But also looking now at COVID and having it accelerate a lot of different topics, and also looking how fast some points of the climate. I still remember the dolphins in Venice and these things, how fast some things recovered. That has also brought up more conversation about climate change. So there's more conversations happening, yet the action and the individual, maybe small sacrifices that need to be done, and also the corporate sacrifices that will need to be done, and the way of changing mindset that is yet to follow. And that is very important for all of the people to be part of this, to actually now turn the conversation into action.
Thank you very much. David?
Having started with a critique of the SDGs, I absolutely agree with Stephanie that there are benefits of packaging them together as they are, and that is that they have some relevance to most organizations. Certainly to my university. If we only had the ones related to human well-being, for instance, if that was the extent of the SDGs, it's quite likely that my university wouldn't have engaged with it in the way that it has. So it's a true benefit as a communication tool that it has this widespread applicability, and this has truly promoted the engagement of many organizations. Whether we're seeing the results that we desire is another question, but it's certainly been useful in that way, as giving each organization some direction of the ways in which they can engage and how they can choose to prioritize actions. Yeah, so, well.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, do you have anything to add about if it had any impact in terms of numbers or anything in your research from 2015 until today? What have the SDGs actually done? Do you have any input into that? David?
I beg your pardon. Well, certainly we can see some imagery, particularly with respect to energy in particular, which I agree with Sophie is a priority for Austria in particular. I think that the Development Bank has well in terms of that particular priority. In other countries, I'm relying on UN data largely. Unfortunately, the SDG site is becoming a rather poorer source of information than it used to be. Early on, they provided a lot of data, and this is really being reported much more minimally at the global scale now. So yes, there are still positive trends, although the positive trends flowing on from the goals, these are certainly slowing, and in many cases where we were on track to reach targets, we are now not. And COVID-19 is a further impediment to the attainment of many of these goals. Yeah, in terms of, well, the partnerships for the goals, well, here we see some worrying signs: increasing nationalism within many countries, withdrawal of important players from international agreements. This is all of these types of actions, which are becoming rather widespread also within Europe, is a rather negative trend, I would say, at present. So some positive progress, although many of them are slowing, and some well, steps backwards, I would say, in recent years.
Thank you. And last and not least, Sophie, do you have any inputs into what the SDGs have done from 2015 until today?
Yeah, what I have seen also transitioning from the Millennium Development Goals to the Millennium Development Goals, where from a working point perspective, they were just in a very small community of decision makers that work with the UN actually on the agenda, so to say. And now that the SDG became this universal agenda where every single country, be it developing, emerging, or is obliged, or let me put it this way, has committed to show progress on all the SDGs, even within the SDGs became relevant to most state actors. So it's not just one ministry, for example, anymore that communicates with the UN that knows about it, but it's in every single ministry we know. There is someone that has to, or most of the units have to report, track, and look what they do for the SDG. So obviously the same account for state actors, or partially working with the state, which already increases awareness, but this just shows that the SDGs got broader, and the Millennium Development Goals were not as accessible as the SDGs are now. And also with the sub-targets and initially planned catalog, it would be, if it's actually done, better, easier to do tracking, as I've seen, because you have every goal actually tangible sub-targets, right, that you can go along with within your country, but you can track how far along we are coming. The data is not on point, that's another thing, but the possibilities are there. They weren't there before. So all in all, we're, as Stephanie also said, and we're not there yet, not even, but in general, the ownership is way more global than it has. If that results into action and into achievement is a whole other question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That is the end of our panel. I would like to thank all of our panelists. I think it was very, very insightful, and as well, we were able to see very different types of opinions today, which I think is the value behind the panel discussion, which is why we're all here, so that we get insights from different perspectives and as well different sectors. So I would like to thank all of you for being here today, and for our delegates, we will start again with the closing in 3 minutes. So I urge you to just hold on. And to our panelists, thank you very much again. And I hope to see you again, perhaps at our next YouthSpeak Forum.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello people, welcome back. So you guys have made it. We have made it. It has been a couple of hours since we started this forum. I wanted to thank all of you, the OGs who have been here since the morning. If you can react in some sort of way, we would love to know how many of you have stayed the entire day for us, from us. For those who haven't been here the whole day, we will have everything saved up. But I will tell you more about it in the slides to come. So yes, this is officially the closing of YouthSpeak Forum. I wanted to remind you before you guys, log off today, that we are the largest youth generation that this world has ever seen. We are a lot of us, and in order for us, as we heard in the panel, especially the very interesting panel that took place less than 3 minutes ago, we see that a lot of things that are actually lost in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals is, first of all, how widespread it is, but the second of all, the actual implementation of it, the action. Thus, our slogan, I choose action. There's so many ways of how you can actually do that. We've presented you a networking space today where you could talk with various organizations that you can be a part of, but as well, very minimal things that you can do in order for you to be more sustainable, but as well for you to be a leader in that sense. So that's just something that I wanted you to take with you today. I hope that we inspired you a little bit today, a lot today, and that you always keep in mind that if you ever feel like you would be insignificant, that if everybody felt that way, nothing would happen, because we are the largest youth generation that this world has seen. So YouthSpeak Forum today, we had a lot of things going at the same time. We also had technical difficulties going at the same time, but we have made it. I hope today that you were inspired, that we helped you engage with other stakeholders, but as well that we have encouraged you and as well helped you act. For those who were in the workshops, I've heard very, very good things about it. So let's have a more concrete recap about what happened today. So if we look back at the agenda, we had the opening ceremony where you saw my face for the first time. At that time, most of you were sipping coffee, or probably was still in bed, but I'm not going to judge because, yeah. And then in the main plenary, we had the keynote from Mariana, who is the president of AIESEC in Austria, talking about the world's largest youth leadership movement, and she talked a little bit about what AIESEC is doing, what we are doing, but as well what young people have the ability to do in the age of today. And then we went into leadership in times of crisis with Nana Balza, where she was talking to us about the different types of leadership and how we should handle leadership roles in times of crisis. And then we hopped into the education panel where we were talking, very interestingly actually, about education today, the involvement of technology, how we are going to recover from COVID-19, especially since that has had an implication on education and will continue to have an implication for the years to come, and not only now. So we had a short discussion about that. If you haven't checked it out yet, or if you weren't there, I highly recommend you to go back to our live stream and watch it, because we had very skilled people there. We had very interesting people there talk about education specifically. And then we had the keynote from Wien Energie talking about their projects and what they're doing in Vienna. And then we closed with the panel discussion that we just had. That was also very interesting. It was very, very juicy, I must admit. And then we had different workshops throughout the day. So we had the project management workshop from AIESEC. And then we had a workshop from Jeff, who was talking about diversity and empowerment. And then we had sustainable eating and behavioral economics from Teach for Austria. I heard those were amazing as well, because both of them are actually pilot workshops. So if you guys were there, you guys are the first people ever to have gone through that workshop. So please feel honored in that sense. And then we had the networking fair, where you got to meet other people who are doing things for leadership, who are activating youth leadership, but as well who are doing things towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So it is no secret that we had technical glitches today. We had a few technical glitches today, but it's okay. We're all learning. But I have very good news for you. Although you weren't able to see them in real time, all of them have been recorded. Most of them have been recorded, and as soon as we gather everything in light speed, so our technical officer here, Andre, he's very good, so I guarantee you that we will do the best we can in collecting everything and putting them up on YouTube and sharing them on Facebook and Instagram as soon as we have the opportunity to. So please don't miss out on that. As I mentioned, there were a lot of things that I would recommend watching again, especially both panels. So yeah. And as well, for those who use their hashtags, thank you. We enjoyed seeing everyone behind their screens who posted about how they're spending their day with us. And yeah, it was very nice for the organizing committee to see the faces of the people who we were providing and preparing for months and months and months. So thank you. Another thing is that if you haven't filled out the feedback form yet, please do that, because as soon as you do that, you will get certified. So for those people who are looking to put in certificates in their LinkedIn profile, this is your chance. Please do that and you will get a certificate from us. Just the feedback form is goisec.at/YSF feedback. It will be, the link will go up in the chat box right now, just so that you don't have to take a picture or copy it, but you just click on the link. And as well, I wanted to remind you, if you guys like what we're doing here in ISEC, if you liked today, if you were inspired today and we helped you take one step forward, there are other opportunities of how you can connect with us. So ISEC does a lot of leadership development. We offer different projects for you to actually do that, to become a member. So here you can see a picture of our membership at our last conference. Mind you, this was before COVID, so yes, we unfortunately cannot gather all together anymore, but I was a member of ISEC for 3.5 years, and without it, I would not be standing here in front of you today. So 10 out of 10 recommend, and as well, I would 10 out of 10 recommend if you're looking for an internship abroad, or if you're looking to actually do something with sustainable development goals. There are a lot of options, especially now during COVID. We have a lot of things in place, a lot of processes in place in order to make sure that everybody's having the best experience they possibly can and the safest experience that they can. So if you have any questions about that, you can always reach out to us at office@isec.at for any inquiries. If you are a university student, there should be an ISEC office at your university, so you can inquire there at any time. They will go through the entire process with you. So yes, if you want to choose action, there are a lot of opportunities. You can do that. You can do that with us, but as well the various organizations that you met today in the networking space, whom we also love. I will remind you again that if you want to keep up with us, follow us on social media. So we are extremely active on Facebook and on Instagram about updates. So if it's about recruitment updates, but as well different opportunities of actually doing internships, different opportunities go up there. So whether they're paid internships or not, long-term or not, volunteering projects, a lot of that information is on our social media channel. So if you kind of don't want to inquire yet, but you want to know more about it, you can always stalk our Instagram channel or our Facebook channel, because to be honest, I know we've all stalked someone in the last 10 days. So if you're looking forward to, if you want to do something more about ISEC, you can always check. Cool. So with that being said, that is the official closing of YouthSpeak Forum. I just wanted to remind you guys that we are the largest youth generation that this world has seen, and I wanted to thank you very much for spending the day with us, and I hope you enjoy it. If you want to go back, or if you weren't here in the beginning of the day, there's a lot of documentation. If you want your friends to look at something, there is documentation. If you want to cite something for university paper, there is a video that is going to come up about the whole day and the content. So I would like to thank you again, and I will see you next year. Bye.